Good afternoon, all. Welcome back, all, after the lunch for the third session of this today's STTP, and this session is going to be handled by Dr. R. Mainavati, professor in the Department of Information Technology, Vellalar College of Engineering and Technology. She is having 13 years of experience in teaching, as well as 2 years of experience in industry, and her area of research interest includes big data and data mining, and she has published the various papers in national and international journals and conferences. And now I would like to hand over this session to Dr. R. Mainavati ma'am. Mainavati ma'am,
Yeah, ma'am.
ma'am, now you can take the session, ma'am. I will make you as a host, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Let me continue.
Okay, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. So the topic what we are going to see in this session is about data management towards big data analytics. We are going to get into deep into MongoDB database. Okay. I'm Mainavati from Vellalar College of Engineering and Technology. So the agenda what we are going to cover in this session is why we require MongoDB, what is MongoDB, and what is the difference we have with SQL and MongoDB, and the basic CRUD operations in MongoDB. CRUD here refers to create, read, update, and delete operations. So why MongoDB? Why not SQL? So I hope you are all familiar with big data. Big data is the data what we have in large volume, various varieties or properties, and the instant of data what we get in with each database will be in a higher speed. So these three V's, that is velocity, volume, and variety, refers to the terminology of big data. Apart from these three, we have more V's added. But mainly when we concentrate with big data, we focus on these three V's, that is volume, velocity, and variety. So when you consider volume, our traditional databases, what we have, say for example, we have SQL, we have RDBMS kind of databases. So the traditional databases what we use now will not be able to handle this big data with respect to volume. Huge voluminous data will not be able to fit in a particular relational databases. Similarly, when we come with the variety, you cannot predict the data type of data what you get in from your social network or Twitter or any other kind of common websites. So big data you mainly use with respect to the irrespective of the data types. So to handle the big data what you have, you require some sort of procedure to maintain the data type what you get in. For a fraction of a second, you will be getting, say for example, I am going to take WhatsApp based information. So at an instant, I may get a text message, at an instant, I may get an audio file or video file or a GIF file, whatever be the kind you have. So in a single moment or in a single second, we cannot predict what is the data I am going to get. And with that data, you cannot have the standard way of having all the processing functionalities in a traditional manner. So with this big data, how I am going to manage the normal querying operation, and rather how to go it with the data analytics portion. So all these things will be troublesome when you compare, when you get in with the normal SQL or normal relational databases. So in big data analytics, that is whenever you want to handle the big data, or whenever you want to handle the analytical oriented operations with respect to big data, we have to form a framework wherein I have to store the data which is of higher volume, which is of different variety, and which is of higher velocity. So with these three V's in concern, we are getting into with the data and the storage mechanism for that. And finally, we will be doing the analytical operations, right? So whenever you go with the normal storage mechanism for big data, we have the concept of no SQL databases. So no SQL stands for not only SQL. So this is mainly used as a platform to store the data what you have for big data analytics. So I hope you may be familiar with NoSQL, or just an introduction to NoSQL databases. You have different types of NoSQL databases: graph database, columnar database, your document-oriented database, and simple key-value database pairs, right? So with this NoSQL in hand, we are going to move with our big data analytics. And you have the scalability measure with big data. The data, it is in huge volumes, and I will be difficult to scale it into millions and millions of data. So scalability forms a main issue wherein you handle your big data. And also your data will be from distributed environment. You may have your data split into various tables, and you may have that into multiple databases, multiple tables. So the data stored in different variety and in different distributed environment will not be collected together and processed in case of your normal SQL, right? So scalability plays a main role whenever you go with the normal SQL database processings. Next is your flexibility. As I said earlier, our big data is of complex structure. Complex in the sense it is of different variety or different data type. You have millions and millions of variety for handling your big data, and you cannot have the fixed data structure to store that kind of variety as data, right? So normally, whenever we consider our RDBMS or SQL-based platforms, your data will be stored in a fixed table. You may remember that each table will have a field, and for each field you have rows inserted. You have a specific fixed data structure, and that data structure, whenever you have defined already, you will not be able to modify unless otherwise you get in with some important commands, right? So whereas this SQL, what we use for fixed data structure, will not be compatible with the big data. Why I am saying this is, big data, as you all know, it is with different variety. It is with different data type. One may be with audio file, one may be with video file, one may be a plain text message, or just a phone number, in the sense just a number, collection of digits. So in these different categories, you will have the data storage, and I don't know under what size I am going to maintain my data, under what type I am going to get my data. So with these concerns in mind, we cannot take the flexibility of fixing that into a particular data structure. So whenever you get in with the SQL databases, you have a rigid structure, and that data structure has to get in with the fixed type of data storage. So when you have big data in hand, this fixed data structure will not be easier for us, and it will not be easy for modifications to that data structure also. And before getting into the creation of my database in SQL, I have to spend many time in analyzing and in creating or designing that database. This is with respect to your normal SQL. So for SQL databases, you will have to have timing in designing and development of database before considering with the normal operations. So that design involves how many columns I have to get in with, what is the limit for each column, what is the data type of each and every column I am using. So all these you have to consider with respect to your normal SQL. But this cannot be the case with MongoDB or the normal big data what you have. Okay. So also you have the constant restructuring of the objects. So whenever you get in with agile projects, you know agile is ad hoc development of projects, right? So in software development, whenever the customer requirement is coming ad hoc, your normal way of creating a software, developing a software will not be suited. So in that case, we will go for agile project development. So even in agile project development, you have constant restructuring of the databases. So if you have a fixed type of restructuring, so even for that, you will not have the flexibility. So you cannot use the normal SQL for big data to store your voluminous and variety of data. So next is your performance. So what about the performance? We know that big data is of huge volume. It is of TBs and MBs high. So whenever you have a query to be updated or a query to be given for a database with respect to big data, you need to join with multiple tables which is residing under a distributed environment, and that will have a very high impact on performance. So all these measures are with respect to the traditional SQL databases what you handle. So with SQL, you will not be able to have joining with multiple tables. Whenever you increase the tables, you may have an impact over the performance. And moreover, you also have the caching mechanism, and that will also be very difficult in order to get faster performance. So with these three considerations, that is scalability, flexibility, and performance, you will not be able to have the traditional SQL-based data structure for storing your big data. So this is the performance chart what we have for MongoDB and SQL. So you see left hand, I mean in the y-axis you have seconds, and in the x-axis you have how many rows I am going to insert. So in MongoDB, the time used for each and every insert operation is very, very minimum when compared with the SQL insertion, right? So from this performance chart itself, we may get an idea that for handling big data, you have a database that is not with traditional SQL. Okay, so with this introduction, let us get into with NoSQL databases. So MongoDB, as I have told you already, it is a kind of NoSQL database, and you have different variety of NoSQL types. So first one is your key value pair, where you will have within parenthesis the key, that is for example, if I have to store a name, you may write that as a name, comma, value for that name. Example, Tom, Raj, anything you can have. Similarly, second attribute, if I'm going to store age, I'm having age, comma, 25. What is the value I am going to assign for age? So when I store this as key, comma, value within brackets, you have that database to be key value pair. And the databases which suits to this category will be your DynamoDB, Azure table, which is frequently called as ATS. So all these are NoSQL key value pair databases. Then the second category will be your document-based data. So document, in the sense, you will have everything as the list specified within curly brackets. So you have all the collection of keys and values within curly brackets, and each will be denoted or saved as a document. So very good examples for document-oriented databases will be your MongoDB, Amazon Simple, and CouchDB. So all these will come under document-oriented database. Next one is your graph database. So in the case of a graph database, you will have different nodes where you have the keys, and followed by that you have a child node to represent the values. So for courses, you have masters and location, and for student, you have a specific course allotted. Then student will be named by a name and an age, right? So in this way, if I represent that as node followed by links, you have a graph database. And the database which use of this type will be your Neo4j and Infograph. These are the example for graph type database or graph type NoSQL databases. Then the next one is your column oriented database, where you have H-based, a very basic or very normal thing what you have for your Hadoop environment. So in Google BigData or HBase, that uses column-oriented databases, where you will have row IDs mentioned as 1, 2, 3, or identifiers to identify each and every row, followed by the columns will have the each and every key value pair values. Okay, so that will be with respect to your column-oriented databases. So these are the different kinds of NoSQL databases what we use in our analytic purpose for mainly for big data, right? And as I told you, your MongoDB will be coming under the document-based NoSQL data type. So coming to why MongoDB and what are its features. So MongoDB is almost used 80 to 90% in enterprise organizations as a big data processing database tool. The features of MongoDB, as it is told, it is a document-oriented NoSQL database, and you don't have specific type structure. You may not enforce, or you will not have any enforcement or fixing of format for this particular MongoDB. And the main advantage over MongoDB is all the execution or all the data what you store there will be in the form of JSON. JSON is nothing but your JavaScript object notation, and that will be interoperating with it with all kind of applications. So it is server-side JavaScript, and you represent everything as JSON objects, right? And also MongoDB has the flexibility in offering the load balancing between multiple servers. So if this is capable, you may have higher performance with respect to the processing of big data, right? And mainly it works on the concept of collections and documents, and we will see to the terms of collections and documents when we get in with the normal operations of MongoDB commands, right? So the keywords what we speak with MongoDB will be collections and documents. So what is JSON? JSON is nothing but your JavaScript object notation. Why we get in with JSON object? Because it is human readable format. We will represent all the objects in real world entity. We will try to map everything in real world entity, and so that it will be easy for the customer and also for the programmer or developer to understand and emphasize everything as an application, right? So it is easy for humans to read, and also to programmers to parse each and every the notation. So we go for JSON, and the flexibility here is you can have objects to be nested, and mainly it is built upon the name value or key value pairs, right? And that values will be in an ordered list. So MongoDB stores everything as binary JSON. It is encoded in a binary format, and that will be similar to your documents. So this allows MongoDB for referencing all the documents easily. Indexing is also possible. Then you also have embedded structures to reduce the need for joins, as joins take more time in case of your normal SQL, and it affects your performance. That gets reduced whenever you go for reference oriented operations what you have with respect to your BSON, that is binary JavaScript object notation. So the main goals of using BSON will be, it is lightweight, you can traverse very easily, and the encoding and decoding process will be efficient. Okay, so all these features will be shared by MongoDB, and that's why we have MongoDB in hand, used for all kind of big data processing, that is storing big data and processing over that. And this is an example for BSON where you have everything as a document, and you have key followed by value. Key will be your city, what you have it in the left hand side, colon, right hand side will be your value, and you will also have nested structures. So you can nest for all the documents on the attributes what you have it. And the main thing what you will have to concentrate here is each and every document what you store in your MongoDB will be prefixed by underscore ID as with respect to your auto ID in case of normal SQL. So you have the auto ID generation for normal SQL databases or Oracle databases that denotes for automatic primary key identification. If you have not defined any primary key, auto ID will enable that feature, right? So similarly, for each MongoDB document, you have underscore ID to be automatically enhancing with the primary key of that particular document. So this is the by default ID will be added for the each document, and it serves as the primary key value for that, and that key value will be unique, immutable, and it will not be non-array type. Okay, so primary key we all know that is used for unique identification, and you will have that to be immutable, wherein you cannot change its value in between, and all this thing will be in a non-array type. So this is an example what you have for binary JSON, or in MongoDB everything will be stored in the form of this document structure. Okay, so why we are using MongoDB? Because of high amount of data, and the storage what we have is of different variety, and we have document oriented storage and cached data, and schema is unstable. So you cannot have a fixed schema in representing a particular data. You will have schemaless orientation or the architecture, and for these reasons, instead of your SQL, we will be using MongoDB. And these are the terminologies which we have to look into whenever we get in with MongoDB. So in traditional SQL operations, you have or you define a database. The word database is similarly used in the case of MongoDB also. But after creating a database, we will be creating a table. We are used up in saying that as tables. But in the case of MongoDB, it is called as collection. Each and every table what you mentioned with respect to SQL will be called as collection in MongoDB. Okay, and each and every row or the record what we have will be called as document. So in a collection you will have various documents or different number of documents, right? And the field or column what we denote for SQL goes same. That will be called as field in MongoDB also. Okay. And the join, whenever you join with tables, you perform the join operation over multiple tables. That will be called as linking or embedding of documents with respect to your MongoDB. Okay. So linking will be similar to join operation in SQL. And primary key that will be defined by the user normally in the case of SQL databases. Whereas in the case of MongoDB, primary key will be your underscore ID field. Okay. we are going to store just the documents alone. In a collection, I will be inserting the documents. That is, I will be inserting only the rows for each and every collection. So the documents you are inserting need not be having or need not be prefixed with any primary key for indexing or for retrieval, because in MongoDB that functionality is taken over by underscore ID field, and that underscore ID field will be automatically taken by MongoDB for processing as a primary key. Okay. Then for indexing, you have the similar terminology in MongoDB also, right? So this is the sample document structure, collection structure, what you have in MongoDB with respect to the table structure in SQL. So in normal table structure, you will be having at the top first row, you will be having all the column names followed by the values for each and every column. So Joe and last name, email, everything will be called as a single row. So you have two rows of records in this table, and that can be written in the collection format by adding two documents to that collection, right? Say for example, if I name this table as employee, you can have employee to be the collection name, and Joe and Bob are two documents for that collection. So that two documents will be segregated by means of curly brackets. So first document within curly bracket, and within that you will have key, colon, value, syntax. So I am going to represent that as key, colon, value. Similarly, for the second document, you have to separate that with comma. Again, you open a curly bracket, then you have the second record or the second document inserted, wherein the same format is followed. Key, comma, key, colon, value. So this is the structure of MongoDB document, what you recognize with respect to your SQL table. So with this introduction, let us start with the hands-on on MongoDB installation. And this is the link where you can download your MongoDB version, EXE or MSI file. And you will have different flavors of MongoDB. The command line interface, what we call as CLI, will be available. And this community center, this URL, what I have listed in the slide, will be your community center for downloading all the flavors what you require, right? So mainly you have the thing what we are going to see in today's session will be the command line interface. Just MongoDB CLI, and that will be your command line interface. You also have GUI-oriented interface for interaction graphically, your MongoDB commands, and that will be with respect to your MongoDB Compass. So if you install MongoDB Compass, you may have GUI-oriented interface to practice MongoDB commands, right? So MongoDB, just you have it as a MSI file for CLI, that is command line interface. So for CLI, we are going to see in this session. Interested participants may refer with the MongoDB Compass. You can download that also for getting graphical oriented interface for executing the commands relevant to your MongoDB. Okay. And you also have, whenever you want to have the database that should be stored as a cloud, you can download Atlas, MongoDB Atlas. So that will enable you to have cloud-oriented database functionalities, right? So these are the different flavors you have in MongoDB installation. And let us start with the demo. Let me show the next screen. And these are the operations we are going to see in that MongoDB after installation: create, read, update, and delete. We will have a hands-on over this. Okay, 1 second. So for the purpose of time constraints, I have downloaded this MongoDB already. So this is my MSI installer package that is downloaded from that website, right? So this MongoDB Windows, and make sure that it is 64 MongoDB 64 bit OS MSI package has been downloaded, and this has to be installed in your system, right? When you double click this, you can try installing with the MongoDB, and it will be only of a few seconds to install. And once if you install that, you will have a folder in your program files, MongoDB folder. Okay. So after downloading the MSI file, you can try with its installation. Once the MongoDB is installed, you will have a folder by the name MongoDB under C program files. Okay. So when you take into that, you will have a server operation, and these are the two versions, and I have downloaded with 4.4. So when you get into this, you will have bin, data, and log. Okay. The exe file will be under bin. Okay. So you see here you have 3 exe files or 3 application. The normal Mongo, wherein you will be using that for CLI, that is command line shell prompt. And you also have Mongo D, that is Mongo daemon. This will be used for background processing, okay, for making connection to your server. So this MongoDB will be acting as a background process. This is a batch file, right? And server side you will have MongoS. Okay, so you kindly check whether after installation you make sure that whether you have these two executable files, that is Mongo and MongoD executable files in your directory under bin. Okay, so MongoDB folder will be automatically installed, created, and that under MongoDB under the bin folder you will have these two executables, that is Mongo and MongoD, right? And to start with the working operations of MongoDB through command line interface, you need to execute these two files, that is MongoD and Mongo. So Mongo will be your shell where you have all the commands to be worked with, and this MongoD will be a daemon process, that is background process, which will be connecting your database server. Okay, so before trying with the execution, you just open the command prompt. So in the command prompt, you get in with the path where you have that bin folder. So you have it under server 4, then bin. So you make sure that you are in this path, right? C program files MongoDB server 4.4 bin. So within MongoDB under bin, your path should be there. Then you try with MongoD command. So this refers to the daemon process. So this should be started before enabling all the command line interfaces. Okay. So you type this and press enter, and this will start. So there is no error. Initially, if you have this to be started, you will get an error in creation of data folder under C, right? I have done that already, so I am not getting any error in running this. So before running this, make sure that you have the data folder, that is under your C drive. You should have a folder by the name data. and under data, you create DB as the folder. Okay, make sure this is available. If this is not there, you will get an error while running the daemon process. If you run the MongoD command, you will get an error in running that whenever you don't have this data folder. So under C, create a folder by the name data, and within data, you create another folder by the name DB, right? So this is mandatory for running that batch file. Okay. So this MongoD command will be executed, and if these two are created, if these two folders are created, you will not have any issues in starting that batch file. That is MongoD command. Okay. So once if that is started, you minimize that window and you get in with another command prompt. You will have the second command prompt. Since I'm unable to share entire screen, I'm switching over between share again and again. So this is the second command prompt I have opened. Okay, so this is for the normal execution of your shell commands, that is MongoDB commands. So here also you go to that folder, program files, and under that you have MongoDB server, then 4.4 there. Okay, so in this you can start with Mongo. That is the actual command what you have for practicing or initiating your Mongo database interface. Okay, so make sure before starting this you need to run MongoD as your background process, and for that to run without any error you require data folder under C drive. Okay, so when you click on this, you are ready with the shell prompt. Okay, so this is the command line interface what you have for your MongoDB for execution of the commands. Okay, so once this is installed, you can get in with the practice of creating a database, creating a collection, creating or inserting documents into a collection, how to read records or how to read the documents, how to update each and every document or collection. All these operations or the database commands what you have for MongoDB, you can practice in this shell prompt, that is in the command line interface of your MongoDB. Okay, so this is the basic version. This is the CLI interface what you have for the MongoDB execution as commands, as database commands. You have it as a shell prompt, right? Whenever you want to have it as a button oriented or graphical oriented boxes, you can get in with your Compass execution. Okay, when you download MongoDB Compass, you can have it in GUI oriented application, wherein you can click over the buttons to insert or to create a database or to insert documents into a collections. That will be completely with graphical oriented interfaces. As of now, to have a basic idea of what is Mongo, what are all the requirements you have for MongoDB installation, let us have a look into the basic shell prompt or the CLI phase of Mongo. Okay, so here you can check whether what are the databases you are in, right? Defaultly, you will have the database namely test to be your default databases. So when I type DB and press enter, you have test to be the database. Okay, and you can also create the databases for your own purpose. That is, if I am going to develop a database, I can create that by typing use command. Okay, so use is the command which is used for two purposes. One is to create a new database if it is not already available. The second thing is to use the database or to switch over to that database if it is already there, right? So assume that I have to create student database. Okay, so let me type the command use student. So see the command, you have the interpreter as switched it to DB student. So here DB student is created, that is database student is created. Let us check whether what are all the databases available. For that, you have the command show DBS. Okay. So admin is one database, config, local, and I have created a sample database already that is also listed there, right? So this is the normal databases. And why not student is displayed here? Unless you have collections in it, you will not have that listed, right? So if you try to create a collection or try to create a table in SQL terminology, you will get the list of student also in your show database. Okay. So this is the methodology to create a database. Whenever I try with use a database name, your database will be created. Okay. Then you can add in your collections. Collections are referred as tables in SQL. So you can create collections into the database what you are using. Now we are in student database. You can create the collection by having, let us see what are the collections we have already. So you have a student database that is by default it is used. Then if you check with student.db. So db.collections. So with this collections, we haven't created any collections under the name student. So I am not getting any output for this particular command. Okay. So whenever you don't have any output, you are getting the same command again. If you start with creating the collections, you will have this particular list enable like show databases. Okay. So this is the creation of database, and you also have creation of documents, creation of your collection, and how to insert documents into specific collections. So we will switch over to the PPT, then we will have the hands-on over this. So these are the operations what we are going to see: create, read, update, and delete. So these are the normal basic MongoDB commands what we have. Mongo for entering into the client. Then show databases for listing of all the databases, and show database will display the database only if you have at least one collection in it, right? At least one collection you should have, or one document you should have in database. Only then you will get that displayed. And if you type only DB, the active database name will be displayed. So initially we saw that whenever I type DB, you had test to be displayed, right? And to show what is the name of a database, how many collections are in it, and what are the documents in that particular database, all the statistical information about the data, you can get in with db.stats command. Okay, and to create or to use an existing database, you can have for use followed by database name. And drop or to remove a database, you have drop database, right? So how to create collection? So collection is nothing but a table, right? In SQL, you can map it to a table. So here in MongoDB, each and every table will be called as collection. So how to create collection? The command used here is db.createCollection. So create collection will be the command, and within brackets you will be having the name of that collection. Okay. So whenever I want to create a collection by the name student, you can have db.createCollection. Within brackets you need to give student within quotes. Okay. And you also have options to be the second parameter. So second parameter will be having 4 different options that is given in the table. If it is denoted as cat, it tries to override the old entries, whatever available in the earlier collection. Okay. When I want index to be automated, in that case, you can have auto index ID field, and you can limit the number of collections. That is the number of documents for a particular collection, size of that collection. So when you have capped equal to true, and then you can maximize, or you can set the maximum size for each collection. So that can be given by size option, and maximum number of documents that you have to insert for a particular collection also you can set. So all these 4 options you can have whenever you start creating a collection, right? And collection dot drop will erase the particular collection, right? So you have to give the collection name followed by dot drop method. So this will be deleting the collection or the table. So this is for creating collection. So create will have the database. To show database, you have show DBS use, and show collections will list out the collections available under that database, right? So after creating the collections, you may try with this show collection command to display what are the collections you have in that particular database. And this is to insert. So once you had created a table or collection, you can get in with the insert command. That is db dot collection followed by collection, in the sense collection name, followed by insert method. So in under that insert, you have field value pair. You can go with a normal entire document insert, or with field value pair, or you can have insert many having number of documents to be inserted, right? So these are the commands you have for insert operation. So let me stop with this and try executing all these what we have seen so far. So as we have seen here, when I try with show collections, you don't have anything there, right? So show collections, there is nothing in that particular database. So let us try to create a collection for this particular database. So our database named is student. Let me try to create a table or collection by the name student academic, right? Or academic. So let me try with the command db dot create collection of academic. Okay, so if you have this OK command, it means that your command is successful. Your execution of the command is successful, right? So db dot create collection will give you the collection academic, which is created. Now, if you try with show collections, you can see academic listed, right? So under student database, you have created a table by the name academic. So table here refers to the collection. And how to get in with insert. So let me try to add the fields for this particular academic. So for that, what we have to do, we have to get in with db dot the collection name. The collection name here is academic dot insert of everything denoted as key value parent. Okay, let me assume that I have student roll number colon 101, and that should be enclosed within curly bracket. So I have a single document with a single field. Okay, that is student roll number. If you want to increase the field, you can give comma. Okay, so let me have a student name colon within quotes. You can write the name of student. Say for example, I am accessing with student 1. So this is a single collection with a single document, and that document has two attributes or two fields. Okay. So once if your query is okay, you will have the insertion. Right result inserted one row has been inserted. That is, one document has been inserted in your collection. Okay. So if this is okay, how do we see that whether that particular value 101 and student 1 has been in that collection? For that, you have to use find operation. That is db dot collection name dot find. Okay. So you see here, whenever I try with this find is similar to select query in SQL, right? So whenever I want to check whether what I have inserted has been available in the table or not, in that particular collection or not, you can get in with find operation. So here find results in the ID value, which is taken automatically by the MongoDB, followed by the value what I have given, right? So the key is role, its value 101, and the key is name, its value is student 1. So I have two fields for this particular document. This is one document. You can also add one more document by having the same command, db.academic.insert of. You can get in with role colon 102 comma name student 2. Okay, so if we can also have in this way, individual documents can be inserted by insert one, that is insert command alone. Whenever you have insert with multiple lines, say for example, I am having the same by comma separated value. Again, I am going to give role 103 comma name student 3. Okay, so this is inserting many values. So in this case, when I want to see the details, you can get in with find command academic dot find of. So here three values are inserted, but with same 102 student 2. So the thing here is we have not segregated with semicolon, right? So here you can insert single row by having this insert command. Insert many, if you use in this case, you can insert that under different documents. So whenever I want to insert two or three documents in a single insert command, in that case you have to use insert many option, that is insert many method. Okay, so here we are getting the same 102 twice. Okay, why that is you are used insert alone. If you have used insert many, you can get in with these two entries listed under collections. Okay, so in this way you can try with the find operation, and find also will try with selecting based on conditions, that is based on relational operators or logical operators. Say for example, I have to check whether I have to display the documents with roll number less than 200. So in that case also you can use your find command with your less than symbol, that is less than relational operators. Okay, so you can explore with find command so that you can have where class implemented, and you also have the mixing of your relational operators and logical operators in accessing and in selecting the documents with some specific criteria. Okay, so that can be implemented with find method, right? So these denotes the collection storage and document storage for a particular database. Let us switch on to the PPT now. So as we saw already, this is db.collection insert a single document. So that will try to insert a single document. And you can also have field colon value, and insert many will try to insert more number of documents with a single insert command. Okay, so this is how you will insert documents into your MongoDB database. Next is with find operation. So this is used to retrieve the documents that we have stored already in your MongoDB collection. So to get all documents in a collection, you have the simple find method. And what is here pretty is, this is used to format, this is used to format your output. Pretty will format your output in a specific result. Okay, and find one will try to retrieve only one document which matches. Then you can also find with the field name followed by value. This will be equivalent to select where field name equal to value. So that will be find of field name with its value. So only the document which matches that value will be retrieved. You can also have multiple where conditions, wherein you can join two or more documents. So in that case, you can use the logical operator and, wherein you have db.collection find of field colon value followed by and keyword operator. Then you also have two different documents, right? So you can combine different documents and then you can retrieve values. So this is similar to joining or using where class, wherein you join two or more tables in retrieving the data values. Okay. Then you can also have with this less than, greater than, in, not in, all those structures for retrieving the values. And for that you will have in value comma value. If this value is okay, if this key value is present in your document, that particular document will be retrieved, right? So these find alone will give you the row information or the document information for a particular database or for a particular collection. Assume that I have to project a particular field from a collection. So in that case, projection command will be your db.collectionname.find of. First curly brackets will be your empty bracket that will be automatically taken care for ID, that is underscore ID purpose, what you have for MongoDB. And second will be your field name. Okay, so field name comma value or colon value. So that will be created or retrieved with projection. Whenever I want to select a single field or single column, you can get in with that projection, right? So all the above commands will be having the selection of single document, whereas projection resembles the taking of one particular field from a document. Okay, so for that it is mandatory for you to give one empty curly brackets referring to the underscore ID field that should be given. Otherwise, if you leave that, it will be giving you an error. Okay, so this is with the read operation. And coming to update, you can also use with update operation. So update field value, that is this I am going to update. So this field and value, it will be getting update wherever present, right? In a particular collection, if you have more than one document with this field and value, all the documents will be updated with the set field, $set. $set field 2 comma value 2. This will be settled. So here the field 1 will be updated with this field 2 and value will be changed to value 2. So this is updation of multiple documents. So whenever you find this particular field and value for the particular collection, wherever present, whichever document it is present, everything will get replaced, okay, with the new value. Okay, and if you assume that you have 3 or more documents with the same value, field and value, and I want all the 3 to be changed or to be updated. So in that case, I have to set multi to be true. Okay, so if you set multi to be true, all the multiple documents with this particular criteria will be updated, right? If I want to set only one particular value or only one particular document to be changed, in that case, you can avoid this. You need not give multi equal to true, right? So this is how you will update. And how to remove a field? Remove a field will be by means of unset. Okay, so you need to have this update method, update which field and value, followed by unset that particular field with one. Okay, I am going to remove that particular field. So this unset operation or this unset keyword will remove a field from that particular collection or document. Okay, and to replace all field value pairs, you can get in with collection dot update individual fields along with its value separated by comma, right? So you have uh, the updation over all the fields. Say for example, I have 3 fields in my student database. I need to update all the 3 fields. So in that case, you can get in with field colon value comma next field comma next field. So in this way, you can replace all the field values, right? And these are the update operation. And how to remove the records? So assume that I have to remove the records or the document only with a specific value. So in that case, you can have remove of field colon value. If I want to remove only first document, you need not remove the entire documents which matches with field and value. I want to remove only the first document which matches with this field value. So in that case, I have to set the second parameter to be true, right? So if you set this to be true, it means that the first document that is given will be removed from that particular collection, right? So I hope you are aware of the CRUD operations in MongoDB, and we have executed with the normal create, update, insert operations. And this is only with the command line interface. And I have given you only a snapshot of the basic commands which you can work or try in with the MongoDB. And you can explore the commands and you can try with the MongoDB shell what we have seen so far. I have given just a few examples for each and every commands. You can try with more options. Say for example, for find you have many varieties or flavors with where classes and all. So you can try with each and everything. You can explore yourself in each and every CRUD operations available for your MongoDB. Interested participants, you can get in with your MongoDB Compass for getting graphical user-oriented interfaces. Okay, thank you. If you have any queries, I will be answering you.
Participants, you may ask your queries for our to our knowledge expert. Is there any queries? Okay, ma'am. From participant side, no other questions. We are
Okay, sir.
grateful. We are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts and experience with us. Thank you for your contribution, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Participants, take a 5 minutes break and we will start the next session. Thank you. Anand sir, is it audible my voice, sir?
Yeah. Just a minute, sir. I will share the thing.
Okay, okay.
So whether screen is visible?
Yes, sir. Shall we start, sir?
Yes, sir.
On behalf of our STP team, I extend a warm welcome to Professor Dr. K.R. Anand sir and to all our participants. It is an honor to introduce Dr. K.R. Anand sir. He is a professor of MCA Department of Vellalar College of Engineering and Technology with an academic experience of 19 years and research experience of 5 years. He has been awarded PhD on computer applications. He has published 3 articles in National Journal and 12 articles in International Journal. He has chaired editorship of 3 national journals and 12 international journals. His area of expertise are image processing, big data, artificial intelligence, data mining, and networks. We are grateful to him for accepting our invitation to share his knowledge on Julia interface at this session. Now I request Dr. Anand sir to start the session. Sir, please.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Lokesh.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Faculties, good afternoon. With pleasure to say a great afternoon to our Vella College of Engineering and Technology, our secretary sir, our principal sir, administrative manager sir, dean sirs, all HODs of our college, and special good afternoon to the IT department, HOD sir, Dr. VK Manavala Sundaram sir, and the other coordinators, Nitya, Makeshwari, and Lokesh of this STTP series 2 for the faculty members for our college also, and all the participants in and around us from other states also. Once again, I should say a special thank to IT department for giving me this opportunity under this pandemic situation in COVID-19 to be a part of this STTP series 2. In this session, actually, Julia is a high performance language and a general purpose dynamic programming language also. Actually, this is tailored to create almost any application, but is highly suited for numeric analysis and computation science. Actually, there are various tools available for this working under this Julia. Actually, they are the tools which have been present under popular editors such as Vim, Emac. All the things have been best editor under this Julia. In talking on this IDE, actually this works on friendly environment system. For this, they go for Juno and Visual Studio. This is the environment which will be given for this Julia source code. This has been organized based upon the environmental, that is ID's suite system. Followed by this, we go for the significance what's been taken under this deep learning system. Actually, some of the several activities related to this Julia are being featured, which makes noteworthy based on the option for this AI program, machine learning, deep learning, and the statisticals and the data modeling applications. They work purely on dynamic systems, dynamic type system, and they work purely on built-in package managers. Actually, there are a lot of packages for the under this Julia, which makes more efficient and more user-friendly activities. And later they have a much more activity which can able to work for the parallel and distributed computing also. This is the language which works at a stretch, basically with the parallel and the distributed computing at the parallel system. When you have been talking on this macro and the meta program, they have a best ability to work based upon the macro IDs. And last we go for this, they work instead of working, they supports more multiple dispatches also. Talking with this, actually Julia can be also be used for this deep learning application, which is the integration tools such as this TensorFlow.jl, ML based.jl, mxnet.jl, and many more utilities that have been most scalable for this Julia. When it comes for coding related to this big data and the analytic application, a select group of programming language have become the default choice for this under this. This is because the future which they sets and they makes they were to be suited to handle the large amount of complicated data sets. Actually, when you have been talking on this data set, the data repository has the major role, which helps to fetch the data among the data libraries, and there arises much more extensions, libraries, and tools out of this. Out of this, they performs just about and works on the analytical functions which the user might need it. When talking about this R and Python programming, actually this Julia works on the relative new closer activity, which are currently has a three of more popular programming language when you have been working on the environment of big data projects in industries now itself. Actually, this term which works for this faculty oriented thing STTP. Basically, there are a lot of researches activities have been done on this big data thing. For this, the programming language, the researchers have been have diverted or their activity when they have been working this R or Python. They uses this Julia as this gives much more efficient data on accuracy also. So this is the term which we have been working when talking with this big data analytic oriented system. This Julia has a specific feature which has built in the core language, and also that makes particularly suitable for the working with the real time streaming system, basically with the big data, with the industries, researchers, what they works with these days. So such a work they have been works parallelization and in database analytics also. Actually, the fact that code will be written in the Julia will be executed very quickly, which has in the suitable environmental supporting system. When you have been talking with this thing of activity of related to the big data, and this Julia can be implemented basically on the activity of where it's been suitable. They have been worked with the core language activity. So this is the term which works thing which works basically on the implementation as they makes more aspiration. When the Julia has been Julia is a compiled, not an interpreter. For faster runtime performance, this Julia is a Justin, that is JIT, compiled using this LLVM compiler oriented with the compiler framework. At the best, Julia can make an approach or matches with the speed compared to the C programming language. When you have been talking with this Julia is an interactive. Actually, this Julia includes RPL, that is Ready Evil Print Loop, or an interactive command related system, command line oriented system, which most probably have a similar activity. That mean works on what the Python offers. Actually, quickly, one of the script and the commands that can be punched right when we takes an under this interactive activities. When you have been talking on this third point, under this implementation, Julia works as a straightforward syntax. Actually, the Julia syntax is similar to the Python, but also that can be expressive and powerful also. When talking with this, Julia can call Python, C, and Fortran libraries. Actually, the Julia can interface directly with the external libraries which have been written in C and Fortrans. It is also possible to interface with the Python code by the way of having a library function called pycall, pycal, pycall, and even they shares the data between the Python and the Julia. When talking on the support of meta programming, Julia program can generate other Julia program. So this works an inter-programming activity, and even they can able to modify their own code in the way that has been reminisced on the based upon the language like Lisp. Actually, Lisp is the best meta programming under this Julia. In talking with this full-featured debugger, Julia 1.1 introduces a debugging suite which execute the code on a local REPL, that what I said earlier, that is read and read evil print loop. So that type of thing has been taken, and they allows the user to step through the result, and every time they inspect the variable and had a breakpoint in the coding itself. Whenever the user able to perform a fine grained task like stepping through a function generated by the code, this featured activity will be taken care. Let's have a difference between the Julia and the Python. Actually, the Julia language has much more advantages. Julia was designed from the start for specification and numeric computation. Such a way, no surprise that Julia can have a future advantages. In such a case, like Julia is fast. Actually, Julia just in time compilation and the time declaration mean it can be routinely beats the pure unoptimized systems, which has been taken care by the Python by order of magnitude. Python can made faster by the way of external libraries, the third party of JIT compiler, that is PYPY, that is that works with the just in time compiler, and they actually works related to the tool of Python. For the calling over the Python, we'll be having a activity library called Python. Actually, they are being designed to make a faster right out the gates. Talking with the Julia has a math friendly syntax. A major targeted audience of the for the Julia is a user of scientific that works basically on the computational language and environment like MATLAB, R, Mathematica, and Octiva. Julia's syntax of this math operation looks like more like way of math formulas which have been written outside of the computing world, and they make easier for non-programmer to pick up a lot of activity. Basically, works with that works related to the math level. In talking on the topic of Julia as an automatic memory management, actually this is the best thing. They makes the thing automatically and reduce the burden for allocating the memories and freeing the memory, and also they provide some future of manual to cover over the garbage collections and all thing. Actually, the idea behind this thing, they really switch to the Julia. The user does not loses one of the Python common conventions, which makes more efficient. Talking with the Julia offers superior parallelism. Math and the scientific computation will be thrive where you can make use of this full resource oriented, which available on the given machine, especially for the multi-core activities. Both the Python and the Julian can run the operation in parallelly. However, Python method of parallelism operation will often makes the activity based upon the refined activity. So this thing will be taken by the further relationship of the syntax oriented less stop activity to work between the highly best lowering threshold activity. So this thing will be works basically on the parallelization. In talking with the Julia has been developing its own native machine learning library. Flux is a learning library for this Julia that has the existing modern model pattern for common use case activity Since it has been written entirely in Julia, it can be modified as need by the user has been taken care by the native under the just in compilation time. To optimize the project from inside out of the activity, actually this native activity works as the AI has a much more subset. Actually, AI this deep learning is a subset of this ML, that is a machine learning. Machine learning is a subset of this AI. So the root cause of AI is being controlled. All the thing machine and the ML and the DL, that is machine learning and the deep learning. Flux is the best thing, best library. It works with the thing when you have been talking with Julia. When talking with the interface, that is Julia interface, a lot of powerful and the extensible in the Julia comes for the collection of informal interfaces. By extending a few specific methods to work oriented to the customized type of activity, most of the thing will be activated as an object that it takes not only receives the function, but they also be ready to use the other method that been written in generical built upon the behaviors. So this iteration will be takes care with the thing happens which has the behavior activity, as I said in them. Within this we they requires a method called iterate of the or the thing object is being taken. So this actually returns either the tuple of first item and the initial state of the or nothing is if they will be empty or null value. So this is the best thing. Like this, there are a lot of mathematical activities being taken care. So think every time when you have been talking on the iteration activity of the iterate given the object as state, what's the state been given? This actually returns either a tuple of the next item and the next state of nothing if it's been happen in the item domains. So this is the coding which have been given with the struct item. When they have been working on the sequential iteration is being which has been implemented by the iterate function, instead of working on the multitude object activity, they have been iterated over the Julia iterator. They maybe keeps the tracking of the iteration, which certainly they works external related to the object. So the return value from the iterate is always either a tuple, or what I said earlier, either the tuple of a value on the state or nothing is it will be returns. So actually this has been considered as an implementation of the detailed private to be iteratable object. So any object within this thing iterate will be taken with the function based upon the thing. They will be every time they iterate the activity will works purely upon the as I given in the slide. There's a coding slide coding. An example is being given. Actually, they are with only the iterate definition. The square type is already pretty powerful. We can iterate overall all the element has been taken care. So this actually we uses many type of activity of bulletin methods that works basically with the iteratable like in or mean and STD forms the standard thing form of this statical standard library module will be taken care. So this thing what is given in the example, actually they take basically about related to the function is being carried over. When talking on this Julia module, actually the module in the thing have been separate, have a separate variable workshop, and this workshop is nothing but workspace. This workspace is being they introduce a new global scope activity. They are being delimited syntactically, which has been considered, which has been inside the module name, which has been coded with the end. So this module is being controlled by each and every activity under the declared statement, and the user can able to create a top level definition. Actually, the global they have been works basically on the global variable without they ever works on the naming conflict. When the user codes will depends upon the body it's taken care and based upon the what type of struct they have been implemented. Actually, when you have been at the time of execution, they have been easily controlled by which the name they have been given, or other way modules can be easily which have been visible by importing certain activities also. So every time they requires the name which have been entered to be a public via exporting activity. So this example is been given for a demonstration. Will have a thing of illustrating the thing which they have a style which is not to be intent the body of the module. Since that would be typically leads to the whole file while being indent. So this module defines the type of my type which has been given. The function you've taken care under this FOO will be given as FOO as function. No, actually this type will be taken care my type which have been exported, and so they will be able to taken care of importing under what they have been taken care. So the function bar is ever be taken the private by the thing what by given in this my module. This my module has been taken care. Actually the statement using library using lib will ever this thing, no, this second line, this using lib will be ever taken care under this module called as lib, which will able to assign or resolving the name as a needed. When a global variable is being encountered under the defined activity, the every current module makes a system and they works around the activity and they search among them within the variable that has been exported by the lib function. So this using lib is being taken care by the definition activity which have been imported activity. So this means that all the uses of the global which been defined as a global variable or global export within the current module will resolve all the definition, all the variable which been taken in the lib. Followed by this, we have been going for this module usage. To load the module, we need two keywords, that is using and import. We'll be having some example under this being given beneath this slide. Actually, we'll be taking care. So whenever under this module, we export a function x and y, which is a function which has been given in the keyword export, and also they have a non-exported function p. So they'll be having a different loaded module activity that has been taken under the inner function into the current workspace. Actually, as I given marked in the table, using my module, all the exported name that is x and y will be taken care my module x, my module y, my module dot x, my module dot y, and my module dot p. Actually, they have been works based upon the method of extension activities. So this is the thing which have been having given in the module usage what has been taken. So every time when you have been exported an activity of x, y, this thing will be works basically depends upon the current workspace. Talking with the next topic of embedding Julia, as we have been shown that we can call the activity of the C and the Fortran coding. Julia has a simple and efficient way to call the function. This has been written in C, but there is a situation where there need an opposition. While calling the function from the C code, they makes an integrated activity on the Julia code, which ever be works basically on the larger project like C++, without to need not want to rewrite everything in the C. Julia has a C API. Actually, this API will helps the user to build the further language to bridge activity while calling this Julia from Python or C sharp or C anything else. So this has been having a friendly thing which can be tuned to your current environment. Actually, when you're talking with this high level embedded activity under this, there is an activity starts with the Julia definition. The Julia code which has been given in the C or on Unix platform, that has been done with the thing of Windows converted into Windows another environment system. This Julia initializes all the Julia code with their default initialization, which has the header file, and they have a functional oriented that I said as jail underscore evil string. So this LVP will be takes care to activate all the things has been faster coding services. So under time of run coding activity, everything will be taken care for for a distraction activity. Just a minute. Sorry. Then when you have been talking on the code loading, Julia has two basic mechanism for the loading of coding. First one, you have been go for code inclusion. Example is hash include has been taken has been taken from the source.jl. Actually, this inclusion allows the user to split into a single program across multiple source files. The expression has been taken care under this include source.jl will causes the content of the file source.jl to be evaluated in the global scope of module where they include all the calls occurs activities. If include source.jl is being called on multiple times, source.jl is being evaluated parallelly on multiple time also. So this they include the path source.jl that has been interpreted relative to the file where the include call occurs. This makes everything to be works on simple to reallocate a subtree of a source file. When you have been talking this REPL, they include the path which have been interpreted relative to the current working directory. So actually the package related system, that is PWD, will be a basic function under this code inclusion. Talking on the next, package loading. Actually, for example, import X or using X will be taken as an import mechanism that allows the user to load a package, that is an independent reusable collection of Julia code or wrapped in the which have been taken in the module. All will be taken it will be taken under the resulting module that has been available by the name under X. So what the thing you have been given in the earlier, that is package, that is import X or using X, that name will be inside of importing the module. If this package X is being again imported for the multiple times under this dualization, it automatically loads the first time or the subsequent import has been taken. The import module gets the reference so as to same occur to be in the same module. So every time they have to be called as an import X that can be loaded on different package in different content and also in the context also. So X can be refers to one package named as X within the under the project has been given, but potentially they works purely on different packages with the named X in each dependency. When you have been talking on this Julia Flex, the Julia library, the Flux is the first one you have been giving. This programming language supports more activities like all the hardwares, including all the GPU and the TPU, which have been taken care under the cloud services. Julia uses multiple dispatches as a paradigm, making it easy to express many object-oriented and the functional programming will takes on the pattern services. So when you have been talking on the Flux is the deep learning and the machine learning library that provides a single intensive way to define the models. Actually, just like a mathematical notation, any existing Julia library are differentiable and they can be incorporated directly into Flux model. This model actually intensely has a future, including the compiled, and they have been eager to code differentiable with the programming. They as they have works with the cloud oriented services, GPUs, they works on GPU. They support the GPU, and ONNX is another thing which has been works on the cloud services. Among all the things we have been works. Next, when you are talking on this mocha.jl, this is actually purely works purely on deep learning library for the under this Julia programming language. They have a lot of features. When a user has been written in Julia and for the Julia written in Julia and for the Julia, this mocha.jl is completely written in Julia. This means that the library has a native Julia interface that can able to activate all the interference which hacks the core for Julia functionality as well as the other Julia packages also. When talking on the another feature, they have a minimum dependency. This library includes minimum dependency to the Julia uses as a backend, as there is a zero need of root privilege or installation of external dependency. Talking on this, another feature related to this Mocha, they have a multiple backends. As the library comes with the GPU backend, they have a combination of customized kernel with a highly efficient library from NVIDIA such as CUBLIC and CUDNN. Such all the things they have been works on the purely on this backend activity. When talking on the other future, modularity and correctness also is being taken care of the next thing. Basically, they works on the architecture oriented system. Talking on the next third one, net. Actually, this purely works on deep learning framework which has been implemented under this Julia programming only. This net allows the models to define by just describing the forward computation in plain Julia activity, and they allows the user to works on looping system, condition oriented recursions, closer thing, tuples, dictionary oriented array indexings, concatenations, and any type and other high level, any type of high level language features all the been clubbed under this thing. So this library supports the GPU operation, and they automate the difference from the dynamic computation graph also for making a model defined on the plain Julia. Talking on the next Javan, that is TensorFlow.jl. Actually, this is the best tool library is used for all the research activities, like for data mining activities also been used. All the thing has been taken care. So this TensorFlow is the best with the just best Julia wrapper for the popular open source machine oriented learning system, such as they works a fast ignition of data. So when you have been working under the research oriented activity like data mining or data warehousing, anything out related to data, when you have been taking from the data repository, so we go for this image processing with all the data has been taken from the data repository. So when you have been taking from the cloud activity, so they works purely on the uncommon format system. So what the format they have been actually having, that has been purely works on the fast post processing. Actually, I done with the example under our Velala College of having a cloud activity data services. Under this, I just this actually have a calculation works purely on statistical and visualization activity on the interference result, and they don't they can't handle vectorized implementation. That's the drawback taken care under this TensorFlow. They breaks on the vectorized implementation. Talking on the Skynet of Skynet learning, so this Skyskit learning is a repo taken by the popularly based on the Python library. Actually, this has been implemented based on the interface and the algorithm within the Julia, and they provide a uniform interface for training and using the models, as well as the sets the tool for changing, that is chaining activity like pipelining system, evaluation activities, and the tuning model that works on hyper parameters. Such all the things they have we supports on the, both the models from the Julia ecosystems, and also they works purely on activity of learning libraries. So followed by this, we go with the thing of activity. Actually, there are a lot of things being taken under this thing. Under this, we go for mxnet.jl. Actually, this works purely on Apache MXNet Julia package, and they brings more flexible and efficient works with the GPU computation. So the state of art deep learning will be full fledged works on a best efficient tensors and the matrix computation across the multiple devices. They include the multiple CPUs, GPUs, and works purely on distributed server nodes activity. So this flexible thing will be purely works on symbolic, and it works purely on manipulation which composed on the composites and construct the state of art activity of the module. Talking to the next ML base.jl, this provides actually usefully for tool for machine learning application, and they provide a collection of useful tools, and they helps to support the machine learning program activity, including the data manipulation, the pre-processing works on the scoreboard activity calculations. In such a way, each and everything will be having lot of thing features. Basically this Mariner having a framework oriented system, which works purely on the deep learning library. And talking on the Strata, this is the open source. Actually, the Strata is an open source library under this DL, that deep learning, which basically works on the popular of Cafe framework. Cafe is the best thing. They works purely on convolution and recurrent neural network. So the faculty we have been those have been working on this convolution and neural network oriented thing research activity. The best thing the library they call for the Strata. Followed by this, actually this Julia works purely basically they works on the thing of GPU, and they combine lot of clear source of source code activity that will be quite appealing even for the beginners also. Next, when you have been talking on the topic of deep learning with the Julia, actually the package and the data sets are much more important. While you have been importing the packages, it's been pretty to they works purely on straightforward. When you have been working with this import flux or static and the ML data set for the similar data preparation, it's been given in the coding. Actually, this flux will expect our image data that is being taken under this WHCN, that is based upon the width, height, channel, batch size, all have been taken under the under this taken care on a they have been added in a channel layer that has been given in the example. So each and every channel thing is being taken, they have been taken as a layer. So this thing layer is being zoomed out and they have been carried under the functional, and that we have been calling as unskews. So this thing is called as unskews layer. So we have been enlarging all the activities that have been taken care under this row and column with the pixel with the pictorial value that is from 0 to the next diagonal activity. So this has been taken care under this. When I've been talking with the model oriented, this layer is the first thing where we are having 8 layers under this, which has a convolution with the relay. Relay is I believe spelling a word has been spelled as RELU. Relay is which has been taken care on the data pooling activity and ever be flattened into the feeded area that into the linear layer. So with the softmax at the end. So this has been taken when you have been working on this particular thing, that is that layer has been modelized and based upon the convolution activity they have been converted into the what the thing value of matrix system is being given. So this is being we have been identifying under this neural network as a convolution activity by the softmax thing. So this chain is a function has been given in the example. Chain is a function which ever calls on that thing. Every convolution layer will be takes an image and creates a channel basically. So the next convolution layer will be takes a smaller image with from the other channel. So every time whenever channel has been existing, a padding activity has been taken in the first layer. So this stride will be taken for the two or on all among on all the layer activity, which has been padding basically with the big image of kernel, and the stride which has been given in that step to be taken care. So each and every type they will be discussed and they will be taken care on the activity by the pooling layer. Actually this 2 3 5 6 has been given here is been they have been taken as a pooling layer. So this convolution layer, as I'm talking on this neural network system, actually this neural comes under this AI. So this has been merged in this under this Julia for this deep learning services for the convolution layer by they have been taken care by the channel activity. So but before, when you have been feeding the data further into the inner to the linear layer, we must get rid of this. Depends upon the dimensional thing, what the dimension has been taken care. If you have been having the 1x1 dimension, they are called as single stone. So this single tone has been ever be taken care what the flattened layer has been carried out. So this Julia will works purely on the dimension system based upon the layer has been taken care, and ever they have been works on the pooling oriented system by the Jupyter notebook. Actually, this Jupyter notebook will be taken care much more for an editorial system. When you have been working on this thing of Julia, there is a lot of having a loss function optimizers and metrics being taken care under this function. So this thing will ever activate on the based upon the accuracy as a function taken care on the thing what the flux has been implemented under flux has been implemented as a parametric system. So the loss function optimization and the metrics all will be having a best accuracy metrics, and they ever be interrupt the loss of flux. So for this, every time we learn a learning rate of 0.1 services. So this type of gradient decent rating value will be obtained when you have been working on this. So when you have been talking on this training, actually we call this as a train function with the loss parameters data and the optimizer. We use this epoch macro has been taken care of the number of how many times you want to execute. So this helps you to type on how many times it been the thing function particular functions will be executed. So when you have been working with image processing oriented, we need to load the imaging. So this package, all the images which has been read and stored, the images are being taken into matrix of real numbers. For simplicity, we can use the train resized and the test resized data file. Actually, they works on the image oriented thing, basically on the same image. This image read allows the user to works on the float oriented services. Actually, this float 32 SE is a function which helps you to image to be written the real value. Basically, on the single matrix, if the image has been either black and white or the triple area array content or the matrix representation based upon the color, it is RGB color variant data sets. So this type of thing will be basically works on the activity all the or depends upon the grayscale value. So basically, yeah, there are a lot of projects are being undergoing under this Julia with this Julia language program under the deep learning concept. Actually, Julia prefers the Jupyter notebook environment. So Julia can call the C directly without a wrapper or integrate top or tier open source C in the photons and all thing, which has been called in Python also. So Julia builds a parallel and cloud computing. I repeat, Julia built a parallel and cloud computing system, and they particularly works basically from the analytical and scientific computation communities. So when talking on this, how they have been working the library and all thing, I said this is all been, as I said earlier, ML based all thing is the basic thing works purely on machine learning algorithm. And so skyscape also skyscape learning.jl is also works on the point of what the thing works the purely on the fact of implementing and reassuring the interface activities, all the things taken care. So when you have been talking on this Moga.jl, actually this deep learning framework purely works on a common layer, and they ever be pre-training by the stacked oriented. So auto encoded has been taken care. When you have been working on the convolution, deep and the shallow has been taken care. So such a way there are a lot of things have been taken care as deep learning project activity. So this thing has been ever be taken care. And when you have been starting for a basically the project happens, the project is nothing but research work. You have to build it to predict under the next digit in the sequence. While creating a sequence like a list of odd numbers and all thing, they ever be trained on the next digits of sequence. A simple neural network has been taken care of the layouts to sufficient activities like what they have been taken care. So actually, I just given an image as an animated image. It's been to have a prediction concept. Cat versus dog. Actually, this is the best has been taken under the best project for the beginners for the thing. You have to build a model that works purely on the image as an input and determines whether the image contains a picture related to that particular animal. So this is the thing has been taken care. When you have been building your own neural nets from the scratch, actually this has been purely works on the neural network with the deep learning system or the framework. The user should definitely build their own neural network library in order to understand how everything works purely on the workspace. So this enhances the user to work skill and understand about related to the strengthen the subject thing. Talking on the next thing of a project image classification with the CAFR 10 data set. Actually, this image carries a lot of data sets in the collection of images into 10 different classes like car, birds, and horses, all the things, ships, trucks, and all things, etc. The idea of the project began this, they requires the image classification. So here comes the image processing activity. So this application thing will works purely on the differentiated water thing, correct? Next, when you are doing talking on the human face detection, so this the face detection took major leap with the deep learning techniques. The user has to build a model with a high accuracy while detecting the boundary of the boxes of the human face. Actually, this project will have a better starter for the newly activating thing of based upon the object detection, and have a learning how to detect any object in an image. So next, when you have been talking on the project of how they have been sucking with the thing of the name of an dog breeds. This is also a type of thing. Basically works with the deep learning classification of algorithms, like taking care of the thing of, so this supervised learning has been taken care under this. For this naming the dog supervised, the supervised algorithm has been implemented. When you're talking on this image of human face, unsupervised activities, unsupervised image has been taken care. So when you have been talking on the medical image related thing, the breast cancer classification has been taken care. So actually the cancer disease has been detected. Basically depends upon the cell size they have been growth. How, and either they works on the segmented area, either it works the regular cell growth. Basically based upon the thing, they have a classification of the model they have been detected of the particular disease. So when you have been going for this thing of next thing that working on the music generic classification, there are a lot of project undertaken care under the spectrogram under this MFCC. Actually, this VC plus plus takes care of this thing under. So this C plus plus program has been directly we can deploy under this deep learning project idea for this music generic classification. Another thing, we go for the text summarizer. So this is the best all the projects has been taken care under a paragraph of text and building the summarize oriented activities. So talking on the last thing, the chatbot. Actually, this another project being given under this deep learning technique. Chatbot can be implemented in various way for the good chatbot under deep learning to identify the context based upon the user has been asking. Then they provide basically based upon the relevant answers. So with this thing have we taken care, basically works, it depends upon the activity thing. Another one is gender and age detection, also is a project carried under this one for this deep learning. Next, image caption generator is also taken care. So I'm just giving an idea for you to generate a project or generate your activity, or when you're for researcher they needs a problem to be identified. So that there are a lot of proposals have been taken care under this. So another thing, another keyword I is giving you. Actually, this IEEE and other springers have been eager to get the project later, eager to get the papers later to deep learning with Julia. So actually, as this Julia, as I said earlier, Julia provides you much more accuracy from 0.1 itself. They get an will pushes you then accuracy. So you can damn sure you can give you a lot of activities later to your research, I think. So let me conclude this session by finishing under the session, giving utmost thing concept related to the Julia interface and their projects and their research activities and all things. And just to conclude, and I always thanks for you very much for watching. Once again, thanks for your tolerance till this presentation completed under this pandemic situation. For guys, be stay safe and stay at home. Okay, thank you for all. Bye, take care.
Thank you, Dr. Anand sir.
Ma'am,
Thank you so much for your wonderful session, sir.
thank you, ma'am.
Participants, we will join tomorrow at 9:30 for the real-time applications. It will be handled by Palnivel Rajan. from Pantech Solutions, Bhubadiraj from Train and Trainees. So it will be very interactive sessions. And all join at 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.